Well, you'd want to know when and well where when your train is arriving. I think it's And we are live. Welcome back to another stream, specifically Rapid Transit Train Sim World 2. Without further ado, let's begin. So yesterday we tried the route for the first time, and first impressions were rather good actually. We did a full route back to and fro, and we sort of, I think I'm going to continue my I was going to say PZB excursion, but to be honest, I think I'm just going to leave PZB alone overall. We're going to have CIFA on. We will leave PZB alone, I think, because it's too restrictive. This is a route which somewhat requires some speed at the very least, and unfortunately we can't have that. So we'll just take it. We'll take it as that. We'll take it as that. Our destination isn't set. Can we amend that? We can't. We can't. That was something I actually did not take note of yesterday. That is too odd. I wonder if it's due to a mod that I may have, because that's not something normal. The worst you'll find with some of these routes is the PIS being stuck to whatever you're given, and being unable to change it basically. So for it to be completely not in the game or not on the train is odd, a bit too odd. So I will have to go through my mods and see which one exactly is the cause of everything. Hopefully we're good. Hopefully all the sounds are good. Of course, I'll do my regular signature test. Perfect. Right. Let's clear our CIFA. I think we're good. I think we're good. So we have three or four runs left to do, each one being more or less 45 minutes. So realistically, we should be able to get through them all today. And hopefully, if no route is requested, then we'll probably move over to GWE, which is a route that I actually haven't done in a while. That journey section is very full. Well, I'll put it like that for now. It's very full. I'm looking forward to it. Great Western Express is if you know, you can compare it to the newer routes and say that it is dated, but it's still a very good route. And the fact that it's, you know, a route that was released a little while back, I think helps this cause. It kind of shows, you know, the quality that can come out of this game. But for now, we're here on Rapid Transit. I don't think I'll do too much talking. I mean, it's meant to be a calm stream anyway, as I'm advertising it, so I think I've definitely got the route more, I wouldn't say nailed down per se, but I've definitely become a lot more accustomed to the train's physics, especially the braking sense. I had a little bit of a, well, not particularly a nightmare, just not the best time yesterday with the braking. And I still hold my certainty on the braking being a little bit different to the model that we have on SK8. But I can't say I know for certain. That's the only thing. So we've reached our first station, Dessau, with about 10 seconds or so to spare. One thing I do like to do is, because this particular EMU has a auto brake system when the doors are open, it's not a problem to it is not a problem to hold the throttle at notch 0. While the doors are open. I have formed a habit of holding the brakes while being stopped at stations due to the older style of trains that I have been driving in the past few routes. So I guess we'll slowly sort of evolve once again away from that habit. It's not a bad one. I guess I wouldn't say I would assume, but I would guess with a certain level of certainty that in reality, even though certain locos do have auto brakes when the doors are open, the conductor would still hold the brakes regardless. And I've noticed that we have 6.2 miles to go to our next station, which is not a distance that I remember traveling yesterday. So I don't know if we're skipping a few stations along the way. I don't think this is an express route. It doesn't explicitly say anywhere that this is an express route. But at the same time, I don't think I would be too surprised if we do happen to skip a few stations. Because 6 miles is a long way. And I really feel like the longest we traveled yesterday between the station was closer to 3 miles. I don't think we touched 3 miles at all, but I think we were not necessarily too far off at the same time. So we're tumbling along. C4 shouting at us. I don't know how long the actual route is. I know there are very, 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 very few routes in TSW2 which are end to end. So, and I'm certain that, well, it's quite obvious that, we don't stop at the at a terminus. I don't think we start at a terminus either. So I do wonder how long this route actually is IRL. Seeing as we can get to speeds of close to 80, I think it would be quite the long route. Definitely more on the longer side of routes. We're trudging along pretty nicely. off to Ragon. I learned yesterday on stream that there's actually no J in the German language, which was completely new to me. So anytime there's a J, it's usually pronounced as you would pronounce a Y. So I think I was taught yoga is... I'm not going to try because I don't remember it and I don't want to salute it. And yes, we are skipping stations. But yeah, that's something I found interesting. And any G would be pronounced G, like gate, for example. There's actually no J in the German language. But it's really cool. I feel like you have that specific pronunciation in quite a lot of different languages. But it's really odd that it's not there. I do love being taught stuff on stream. I remember I was playing on Long Island Railroad and had the fortune of having an actual train driver of the M3 unit that I was driving at the time, a real life train driver of that train, hop into stream. And it was, funnily enough, maybe, well, within that same hour previous to him coming along, I had asked, because the wiper setting, to activate the wipers, so it's a dial that you turn basically, and to activate it you turn it anti-clockwise, and to deactivate it you turn it clockwise, which is the opposite of what you would expect normally. And I literally remember saying, literally, oh, it would be, how nice would it be if I had a real life somebody who knew about these trains in real life to kind of confirm whether that's really the way it is or if it's just somehow bugged in game. And he came along and confirmed that that actually is how it is. And there was another thing as well. That was a strange local. I've said this I don't know how many times, but the whole route experience was odd. I like the way all the passengers are just standing so orderly. About 50 seconds ahead of time at the moment, which does tempt me to turn on PZB. I don't want to be running too far ahead of time. I'm not going over any speed limits, so this is just running at track limits without worrying about signal limits or signal aspect. But I would assume in reality, if there's just greens all the way, that there wouldn't be a limiting signal limit that would be under the track limit. Surely you would be able to run the track limit regardless. Well, no, surely you'd be able to run the track limit if you have all greens. What do I know though? I'm still learning as far as I'm concerned, and I'm still more than happy to learn. So yeah. Yeah. I was tempted to go on the London Brighton route today. There was an update that was released that fixed some bugs. It was quite a vague update on the announcement on the forum. Some bugs. I knew one of the main ones that a lot of people were experiencing, and myself as well, when I tried out the route. I literally did one timetable mode. But I experienced the AWS alert wasn't working in cabin all the time. It was working at some over some what I don't even know what they're called. The equivalent to magnets basically on PZB. The triggers, I'll call them the triggers for now. And that was a bit That was a bit of an odd one. It was a bit of an odd one, but it wasn't necessarily game breaking. But it's nice to have them fix it. I know there's memory optimization, which is big, especially for the console players. You know, when you have a PC, you sort of have that luxury, or PCs tend to overperform consoles, especially if you have, you know, a 18 gigabyte memory RAM setup. So I'm certain that I think we'll all see, all the players in general will see an improvement, especially around Victoria. I think so, but it feels really odd going past things that would trigger me to acknowledge a PZB, that would trigger an acknowledgement. But yeah, I forgot my point. Something about London Brighton. Oh yeah, I was saying we should hopefully, you know, we should see gameplay improvements across the board, not just with console or not just with PC, which is really good. So everyone gets to enjoy it. Is that a train ahead of me? Highly doubt it. No, it's a bush. If it is a train, it's a very, very poorly rendered train, even at this distance. But I think it's just some shrubbery. 70 kilometers limit has been enforced. I mean, this is of course based on personal opinion, but I think it would be better if the speed boards were somehow more eye-catching. You know, the same way the warning for the upcoming speed change is a yellowish goldish triangle with, I think, a red outline. I think that should be if it was the other way around, if the warning was black on a white background and the speed limit itself was on that eye-catching yellow, I think that would make more sense. I guess either way, you're going to know to slow down and stop, so that's that. Ran just a little bit over, but we still have plenty of platforms, so even if we did have a little bit of a nightmare, we would still have been alright. Although if I may be wrong, but I think when we ran yesterday, I don't remember going through the underground section in the tunnels and whatnot, which is interesting because I thought we had run a full route, the full length, because I remember in the introduction, no, not in the introduction, on the second part of the journey mode, the second mission, whatever you want to call it, we started in quite a suburban area. I guess we'll see now. That was perfect, by the way. We're literally 1 second behind. Basically we were running on time. Even though I do put it straight onto max throttle, I still feel like we accelerate very gently and smoothly. But we continue. Next stop, Wolfen. So we started at 9:35 and we're finishing at 11:01. Definitely more than 45 minutes. That's an hour and a half. So, yes, we actually didn't run any full-length route yesterday. This is the first full-length route that we're running. Cool. Alright, cool. So maybe, I don't know then if we're going to be able to I mean, this may run late. The stream may run late. I guess it depends how well we do. But I'm happy to keep on playing for a decent while. So it'll be interesting doing the full length route for the first time. Then we'll really see the difference in environment, in sense of location as well, from start to finish. The one challenge is mostly just trying to get that perfect braking curve, you know, not braking too hard and not braking too softly. And to be fair, these trains do tend to be a lot more forgiving in terms of, you know, you can come in too quickly, release the brakes a bit, and the brakes are instantly released, brake pressure is instantly released, and you're rolling again. Whereas when you're using independent brakes or even direct brakes on locomotives, even after you release the brakes, you'll still have a period of time which varies from loco to loco, but you have a small window where you will continue slowing down even after you've come off the brakes completely. So then if you're, for example, at 10 miles per hour and, you know, the stop marker is still 30-40 yards ahead, it's very likely that 10 miles an hour will go down to 0 before you've made it to that marker. And if you're really unlucky, you will have a slow acceleration curve as well. And I don't really want to keep banging on about it, but I really feel the lack of PZB. It's unfortunate. But you know, it's all good. It's all good. We have a cab car to our left. I did not see those yesterday. At all, actually. I only saw I didn't see any red livery trains in Germany, which is amazing. In 45 minutes of driving in Germany, I did not see a single red train. That's the first one. That's quite cool. Then I didn't know that is layered onto here. It's interesting. Unless our mod is behind that. But I would guess that's core. That's something that's in the core game. Coming in about 45 seconds early. Still debating whether to turn PZB on or off. Or keep it off, I should say. It will really suck to be limited so much. I just wish you could change the mode. Honestly, I really wish you could just change the mode. I'm torn. I don't think I'd ever be this way with PZB. Ever. It's so weird to really want to use it on a route. Thinking back to how I used to loathe it. I used to hate it. I thought I'd never get it. But we're friends now. It says when I do something wrong and it shouts at me. Other than that, we're good. This looks like a 182. I believe it is. Interesting. So a lot more variety than we had yesterday. Yesterday. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I don't think I've seen 182 as AI do AI services other than in Dresden, which, if I'm not mistaken, have been removed anyway due to issues that it was causing. Speaking of the 182, the 187 is coming soon, tomorrow. That's coming tomorrow. So we'll get onto that. Get that on the stream. See, I still could hit PZB, do all the acknowledgements, but it just doesn't feel right knowing that it's not really doing anything, and I'm not, it's part of the fun is the risk, knowing what you have to suffer through if you mess up. Going to have to slow down to 60 kilometers an hour in about just under a mile. Start slowing down now. Not too much though. Hopefully we'll get this somewhat right. Again, we do have soft. Can I call them soft? Soft brakes that allow us to be flexible. Flexible. Let me call them flexible. They're flexible. Bitterford. I think we ended one service here, didn't we? I mean, really, all it would have taken is just looking at the map to see that, that wasn't the end of the full route. Which I did think at one point, because I did pull up the map at one point and we had quite a lot of tracks still left, which I thought was a bit odd. I thought maybe that could be used for any. I'm not sure if freight runs here. Actually, I don't think they do. I was open to that being a possibility. Honestly, C4 alone as a safety system is enough to drive somebody mad. Perfect. Edit it on max braking, which whether that's perfect or not is debatable, but nonetheless close enough. They do give you a lot of time for loading passengers, which pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Vorsicht an den Türen und bei der Abfahrt des Zuges.
I knew at some point that there was a 100 miles an hour or 99 miles per hour limit. This is why I can't do PZB, because it wouldn't allow me to go that fast. It would be really nice to go back to SKA. I guess I will be able to with the which we should be doing that tomorrow, to be honest, with the 187. I'm looking forward to going back to that then, I should say, and using it with PZB. That was one thing that I didn't do because it was at the time where I was yet to learn the ways of PZB. I don't think I've seen another Bahn mit Deutschland livery train, S-Bahn train. It's an S-Bahn route. Just as a sense of speed. And I got an achievement for it. I think I've reached the maximum limit. What's the maximum limit on this train? There you go, 160 kilometers an hour, which we're currently on. Well, we were currently on it. Let's have it just for the record. There you go. I wonder if they intended for it to match the track limit. That'll be interesting. I know we're braking very hard right now. And we're just about going to stop where we need to. Perfect. Almost perfect. About half a yard of perfection. Hey Nabil, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Can't go wrong with some lo-fi in the background. But she got a copyright claim. Like, oh. I'm good, my man. I'm good. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Are you a fellow Train Sim World player? Ten seconds left to go. Nice one. Nice one. Well, what's been your most what's been the route that you've recently been playing the most? Is it one of the newer ones? That is not a stop I saw yesterday. So either we had an express Brighton mainland. Yeah, I've played to be honest, I've played one route of that. What I'm doing is I have all the DLC, all the routes. And so I'm sort of playing through them one by one. And I've almost come around to Brighton mainland. I've almost come around to it. I'm on, after Rapid Transit, I've got Great Western Express and then BML straight after that. So I can't wait. I can't wait. However, as the title suggests, if you do actually want to see me play BMO, Brighton Mainline, then let me know. And then after this route, I'll play it for a bit, which I'm looking forward to it. If you've played it today, how is it playing after the update? Because I know the update today was mainly for the bugs and stuff that was going on with that route. I know Victoria was a bit hard on hardware, so I wonder if the update has helped with that. Decent amount of traffic on this route, something which I was very content about yesterday, and that was before I saw the variety and different trains, so that's pretty cool. Oh, okay, fair enough, Nabil. Are you a PC player then, or are you on console? I would assume PC, seeing as you had no problems. Our friends over at console were struggling with a lot of the new stuff, unfortunately. I think my frames were okay personally. It did dip down, as you can imagine, quite a lot in Victoria. I was getting low 30s. PC, yeah, makes sense. I was getting low 30s in Victoria, but the rest of the route was alright. I don't think I went above like 50, 45, 50. But that's not a bad thing. Still playable, which is the main thing. But the only issue I did have was when the AWS would come on, sometimes it wouldn't make a sound. And I know a lot of people are talking about that on the forums anyway, so it's not like something that Dovetail don't know about. But other than that, it's fine. I really enjoyed it. I've ridden the route in real life to Gatwick Airport, from Victoria to Gatwick, and then Gatwick back to Victoria. But I would love to actually ride as a passenger all the way to Brighton from London. What's your out of the 3 new ones, what's your favorite one so far? I know there was a poll on the forums recently, and Boston Sprinter was dead last, which is actually a route I haven't even done a single journey yet on any service, I should say, at all. So that's going to be interesting. Hopefully by the time I get around to doing that route, the signaling stuff would have been sorted out, because that seems to be really holding the route back at the moment from what I'm seeing. I think like it was pretty even between BMO and Dresden. I've done a couple of Dresden routes. I did 2 services to Meissen and then 1 back from Meissen to Dresden, and I did a freight one. I do have the season ticket, yeah, so I've got all 3 of them. I bought the season ticket when it came out. I will say the season ticket. the Meissen run that I did on Dresden, it was the first service I had done on that route completely. Yeah, I think it's a good deal, isn't it? You know, you pay £10 more than you would normally for a single route and get 3. It's a no-brainer, really. It's like, even if you're not really interested in all of them, even if it's just one that you're interested in, you still have the other 2. Or I don't know, when you're bored or you want to try something else. So it's a no-brainer. But yeah, I did the Meissen run. It was like a very, very early morning service. I think it started at 5:30, so barely any traffic, complete darkness, and I felt so at peace. The stream's still up. It's doing quite well actually, compared to my other ones, and I felt so calm. Like, I've never felt that way doing any service in this game. So I think, without having played too much of either of those, so far I think Dresden might have my fancy, even though I'm in love with UK roots. Yeah, see? So even if you're just playing 2 routes, which is what you're doing, it's still a great deal. And then maybe you'll never know, one day in the future you'll think to yourself, maybe you feel like playing Boston Sprinter, and it's there. You won't have to now buy it and then play it and then see if you want to refund it or keep it. You don't have to go through all of that. It's there. So, you know, I know it was a bit more expensive than Dovetail initially wanted it to be, which, you know, would have been nice if they, you know, had decided that before, but still very, very good value for money. Save yourself, I think, £60 or so almost. I'm really glad that I haven't been trying to pronounce these station names, because I just don't have a clue. I couldn't even begin to try and pronounce that. I wonder if Z in German also doesn't exactly sound like a Z pronunciation, similar to J. Yeah, they do. How are you feeling about them, Nabil? I personally will be buying both, and sort of reviewing them on stream and probably make a video on it as well. But from what I'm seeing, I'm gonna go flying past the station. Apparently the 1938 stock is, I know they use a different model, I believe, from the Isle of Wight train, but it's still like really similar. And yeah, I've completely missed the station. That's ridiculous. I completely missed the station. Yeah, you know, Nabil, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I know, right, Rip. Anything from Rivet. Look, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to just sound like everyone else on the forum, but you know, you have to be realistic, and nothing that really comes from Rivet is good. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think it's good. But I want to enter it with an open mind. I want to give it a chance. The St. Ives to Penzance route is not looking too good either, unfortunately. So we'll see. I know already people are complaining about the shade of green used in the 1938 stock, and you know what, they're right to. You, as petty as it may seem, you want realism from a simulator, don't you? So I understand that it's not too much of a big deal for me personally. I'm not like passionate about that particular train itself, but I understand it, and I would prefer it, even as someone who's not that passionate about colors to that extent. I would prefer it to be as realistic as possible. And the 187, I think from a stream that's already been done from someone who's in Australia who already has the DLC, the sound is recycled. I don't remember from which loco. I think it's the 185. I think it was the 185. But the sounds are recycled, which is a shame. The onboard systems are not as detailed as they could be. Again, you know, it's subjective. Someone might not see that as too big of a deal. To someone else, that might be a game breaker. I personally don't think that it's yeah, the 187. I think the sounds are recycled from the 185. There is a 185, right? I'm not. Yeah, 185. They've copied the sounds from that. I personally am not too fussed about. Yeah. I think it looks alright. I think there was some funny business with the way it was sitting on the wheels. Hey Victoria, how you doing? I think there was some funny business with the way the train was actually sitting on the axles. Not necessarily a game breaker personally, but it still does look a bit odd, and it reminded me of I think not Cane Creek, it was it Cane Creek? I think it was Cane Creek, the AC 4400, I think, that was sitting really high above the axles. But thankfully we have a mod that brought that back, as well as if you do play on the Hamburg-Lübeck route, there's a route that is a mod, sorry, that fixes the 112, the BR112, because the lights were just wrong. The headlights were just wrong on that loco. I think the height might have been wrong as well. We are so lucky to have mods on PC, honestly. It really sucks to just have to deal with what you're given. That, you know, what console players have to do, basically. I do feel for them. Oh, okay, Victoria, how come? Nabil, if I wasn't a perfectionist, I wouldn't personally. I'm yet to play it. But you know, I personally prefer routes that like this. Passenger services that move with decent speed, long routes, go through built-up areas. Cane Creek is a complete opposite. Freight will be nice to do as a change from passenger services constantly, but I still prefer passenger services. And it's also in like the desert, which will get boring very quickly. And I think one of the worst, it's not a bad thing because it's realistic, but to me personally, one of the worst things about that route is a speed limit. If I'm not mistaken, the limit is 25 miles per hour. And that's on like the fastest portion of that route. So that's interesting. But I think it will be a nice change from passenger services. But I do worry that it will get boring very quickly. Sandpatch was... Sometimes it's really annoying that I'm the perfectionist I am, because I did a lot of Sandpatch I just didn't want to do. And I know it sounds really strange to say I didn't want to do it, but I did it anyway. But, listen, it was... I think the trains are great. They're not bad. They're quite good. The traffic was okay. I don't think there's like too much traffic anyway in the real route. I think there's more than what we have in game, but I don't think it's too much different. But 2 hours sometimes to do a service, and although the start and finish points were quite far, it's not too bad. But it's the fact that you have to travel at such a low speed limit, 25-35 miles per hour for most of the route. It's like, ugh. And I was so disciplined not to just speed, because I know, well, it looks like the train can do 40-50 for most of the route. And in most of the areas where it's limited to 25-35. But I was a good boy. I stuck to the rules. I don't regret it anyway. I like... One thing this game lets you do is experience what you don't have access to. And I wouldn't have known what I know now about American freight trains or the routes if not for the game. Victoria, how come you're taking a hiatus? Have you just like burnt yourself out on that game, or are you just busy with real life stuff? Yeah, definitely, Nabil. Definitely, man. It's just I don't know. I'm assuming, you know, you grew up like in a city, like a busy city. So like personally with me, who, you know, I grew up in London, all I knew was passenger services. You know, you really, really rarely, if you're just going about your business daily and not looking out for it, you will rarely see freight trains, freight services. But I always found them really, really cool anyway, because it was different. But the London Underground, London Underground was the one that I've experienced the most and probably liked the most. I think the Overgrounds, I like the Overgrounds. And then it was just anything National Rail, anything with the National Rail logo on it, I was in love. One thing I do want to experience because of this game is, you know, on Southeastern High Speed, you have the high speed train, the class 395, the Javelin. Actually, because I at one point I was starting to plan actually getting on that train, just experience the speed. I think tickets were £25 from London to Ebbsfleet, which is where it starts to go slower. And I wanted to go there and back. I'm not sure how much it would cost for there and back, but I think it was £20 or so one way. But that's a route that I didn't know was that exciting until I played this game. So yeah, I guess once you can sort of play with like an open mind. Like, for example, personally, I didn't think I'd be interested at all in German routes. They just seem so complicated, and I just wasn't naturally interested in it to begin with. And then I tried, I played SKA, and there was another one that I played, and it keeps skipping my mind. I don't know which route it was. And then I decided, you know what, German routes aren't actually that bad. And then I hated PZB. So I used to play without PZB because it was a nightmare to me. And then I took the time to study and learn it. And now I love playing with PZB. You live in Germany? Cool, man. Awesome. That's sick. That is sick. So how accurate would you say, you know, what we get in terms of German content? How accurate would you say it all is? The only reason I'm not playing with PZB now is because it's broken, unfortunately, on this route. It's stuck on the freight mode, the heavy freight mode. So I'm limited to 100 kilometers an hour max. And the 1000 hertz magnets are painful to traverse. Cool, so if I mispronounce anything, I have you on hand to help me out. Feel free to correct me as well. I'm purposely avoiding pronouncing some of these station names, but if I do and I slew it, feel free to correct me. You must be loving all the German content then. Germany is the #1 route at the moment. #1 country for content. Followed very, very closely by the UK, to be fair. Hello, Bond. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How are you doing? But yeah, I've absolutely fallen in love with PZB. My worst enemy. Like, it scared me. I had nightmares of PZB. I couldn't sleep without seeing flashes of PZB in my brain. The alertings, the alerts, the warnings, the emergency braking. Oh, but you know what? We're best friends now. Really? So what, are they not that common then? I thought they were like really, really common in Germany then, because I see them so much. Bond. Listen, mate, it's a Wednesday evening, you know, midweek. I'm not trying to push you to, you know, have an unhealthy diet or whatever, but why not? Why not treat yourself? Hold on, what toppings though? What toppings if you do or find yourself ordering a pizza? I'm not a judgmental person. But comment wisely. Type wisely. Right, how far are we in? Well, we're in Leipzig at least. We're in Leipzig at least. I can't believe it. I'm so hurt. Pepperoni, yeah, good shout. Good shout. So I'm not, I don't hate on pineapple. But yes, I'm one of those people, not on a pizza. I am part of that bandwagon, not on a pizza. It's beautiful on its own. It's lovely on its own. But again, I don't want to be a hypocrite. I do tend to say quite a lot, don't knock it until you try it. And it's something I haven't tried. It's just thought of it that disgusts me. But I think I would have to try it at least once. Just to find out what's the hype about, what exactly is going on that's driving people to make such a decision of such as putting fruit on a pizza. Alright, just entering Leipzig Nord now. What have you been playing lately, Bond? Alright, Nabil, thank you, man. That's appreciated. I should have got an alert. My alerts should be on. But thank you very much for the sub. Hopefully I'll see you soon. And I've done it again, but not as bad as I've done it last time. How far have we gone off? Not too bad, not too bad. Just one door, which isn't good, but could be worse. Could sail way past the whole station. Let's go to the back. Let's go to the back where it's not so obvious that I've sailed past the stopping point. The next train is only 10 minutes behind. It's a Conowitz service, so I'm assuming that's a DB service. Thank you, Nabil. Thank you. Let me have a little check. Yeah, it's nothing at all. Apologies. Usually you would get a little thing displaying your name and it, make you feel good about yourself. For whatever reason, it's not on. I'll check it afterwards, but thank you. I do appreciate it nonetheless. I have to find out what's going on with that. Right. Off to Leipzig Hauptbahnhof. Hopefully I haven't slewed that. I think I said that with enough confidence. Overall, from what I've played so far, which is a fair bit of DLC, I'm enjoying this. I am enjoying this. The only thing that's really disappointed me is, unfortunately, the PZB issue, which, maybe not necessarily a game breaker per se, but it does dampen the experience, the overall experience quite a bit. Remember, if you would like to see a specific route or locomotive, please let me know. I will be playing and reviewing the two releases tomorrow. The 38 stock, 1938 stock by Rivet Games, and Skyhook's BR187. NTP was brilliant. That was brilliant to drive. I didn't think I'd be so invested in 80s era, right? It was an 80s, that's an late 80s era if I'm not mistaken. An 80s era route. So I was surprised. I was taken aback actually. Environment's pretty good as well. Decent amount of layers and AI traffic. Ghost Recon. You know, I've never played a Ghost Recon before. I've actually never played it. I remember I used to go into game stores when I was younger, or computer stores, and it would be there on the Xbox. They have like a display Xbox, and I'd only ever play it then. And I actually enjoyed it a fair bit, to be honest. But I just never made that step into purchasing it myself. Yeah, 1980s. Yeah, makes sense. What's from what I remember, and I'm talking 10-15 years back. Ghost Recon was sort of like stealth, sort of almost like an SAS thing, right? I just remember it was all about the night vision back then, and the night vision goggles. That's like the image I have imprinted in my memory. When anyone says Ghost Recon to me, that's what comes to mind. But now it's very open, isn't it? I know the last one, I don't know if it's Breakpoint, the one that came out a year ago or so. I know that was very much like an open world, and it reminded me of Just Cause. I hope that's not like offensive, like a really bad comparison, but it reminded me of Just Cause a little bit. It has that sort of Just Cause vibe about it. I watched a fair bit of gameplay for that one. Yeah. Tactical is the perfect word for it. It's that type of like strategic, tactical. Yeah. I really need to start dipping my foot into newer waters. I love the look of this tunnel, by the way. I don't know how clear it comes on in stream. But yeah, I've just been sort of invested in driving games mostly. And, well, Call of Duty Warzone. And that's really only because I have friends that play that game, and that's sort of like the only games we can... Wildlands, that was the one. So I haven't seen any gameplay then of Breakpoint. That's something I gotta do. But yeah, Wildlands is the one. Apparently it was pretty difficult as well, wasn't it? I know it was pretty difficult to run. I knew that much from watching people talking about the game. So then what were the older ones like then? If Wildlands and Breakpoint are the open world type, was it more of a sort of did they have more of a Call of Duty vibe, like very one environment for one mission, another environment for one mission, and you're locked to that sort of environment, and you're like forced to follow like a certain path? I feel like that was what the older ones were sort of about. One thing I will say, as much as I haven't seen this station I haven't seen any pictures of it, any real life pictures, it does look like it's been very, very well modeled. So fair play to Dovetail. But when they want to do well, they can really pull it out of the bag. And it's interesting that we're back to the close proximity stations now, compared to the 2 miles difference, 2 mile distance from stations that we were experiencing before. I love the variety. This is like it's like all sorts of different routes sort of merged into one. I wonder what trains we can drive in timetable modes. Oh, nice. I love games that give you that freedom. Do you somehow get rewarded from doing stuff like turning off the hard and making the game harder, or is it just sort of like a self-satisfaction thing? This station is also looks like it's been modeled pretty well. I hope that the escalators work in real life, with a static there, and that is a very steep climb. Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, I think all games in general, in that era were just different. Just different. Games are, tend to be, of course, better now visually, and in terms of, I guess, realism. Oh, interesting. See? That's what I was sort of alluding to. Games back in the era. And I mean, I guess that specifically may not be a bad thing, but if you've started off that way, like take for example Far Cry. Far Cry has always been an open world game. So it's like, if they now stopped it from being open world, I think that would cause an uproar. So I do get where those diehard sort of fans are coming from. But then again, unless it's actually made the game bad in any sort of way, I think it's alright to be, somewhat open and accepting to change. I mean, I know we would be accepting to change in quality of what's coming out at the moment. For example. I'm only joking. I don't want to take too many shots at anyone. I want to be positive. Yeah. So it's basically one of those things where it's just you just gain a personal satisfaction, basically. Which in itself is cool, to be fair. I mean, I'm certain on Call of Duty you can do that as well. You don't get anything, there's no sort of like levels or anything like that to kind of, for example, gain more XP. But you have that personal kind of realism, for yourself. On Forza Horizon, yeah, Far Cry is a great game though. I'm glad they've sort of, look, I haven't played Far Cry properly and every single one, right, but they do seem to have stuck to their roots. One thing about Battlefield, why why that? You feast my interest now with not saying don't mention trophies. Were they impossible to get, or were they just terrible? Ooh, isn't that colorful? I love how it's just one area of the station that's very, very, very colorful. Okay, you also have this area as well, and the main part of the station is just grey. Which doesn't look necessarily bad. It reminds me of the new stations on the Northern Line. The only time I've gone trophy hunting and really put in the grind and hours for trophies have been when I've become bored of a game and I'm trying to revive it. And the only way I can revive it is what I was doing on The Crew 2. That game got boring fast, and I just found myself trying to get 100% completion in it when I do play it. They do look good though. I watched Far Cry 5. It was called something Dawn, I think. It was based around the cult thing. I watched like the full gameplay of that on YouTube while I play it myself. The new one I wanted to get. It was such a shame because the processor that I was wanting to buy at the end of last year came automatically with Far Cry 6. Obviously, you'd have got it when it would have released. So I kind of missed out on it. But it is a game I still do want to play. Although it looks really arcadey. And I know it's an arcade, it's like just a fun game anyway. It's not exactly a simulator of any sort. But it's like arcadey, like fake arcadey. From videos. I'm yet to play it myself. That would be a different experience. And I guess I just need to see more gameplay of it to have a proper judgment. But from the little I've seen, really? I know there's a trophy issue on PlayStation. But they seemed keen on working on it. Like they made a thread on the announcement page. I think it was today, sort of saying PS4 no trophies yet or something, and then this route no trophies, etc, etc. It was somewhat detailed, but I didn't know. Has that been actually or officially announced? Because a lot of people talk a lot of things on the forum. Out of emotion, usually anger and hurt. That would really suck though, I think, for a lot of people. I think the only situation in which that would make sense would be if they were having trophies was actively breaking the game. Because of course you'd prioritize gameplay over achievements. That would really suck though. I hope that's not the case, for the sake of console users. It must be, I can just imagine it being chaos right now at the Dovetail offices with new locomotives coming out, and at the same time you've got the BMO, which fair enough has been patched today, and Dresden, which has their fair of issues. Then you've got these PlayStation issues. I think one of the worst ones here is having to, as a PlayStation user, having to remove DLC to make space for other DLCs. And I believe that's Sony that is behind that decision rather than Dovetail, which I think really sucks. Really sucks. It's official. Damn. I'm gonna need to look at the forums, and I haven't been on them since I think about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I have to have a little look at it later. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, look, I think every little inconvenience causes a bit of an uproar. Something like this is a big inconvenience. So I can only imagine. But usually, an uproar does lead to change. Usually. So let's hope, I guess, not much more we can do. Then I think it's a thing realistically where if they really can't do anything about it, then they can't do anything about it. It just is what it is. And I know, console users feel really left out and like they're not being treated fairly, but you have to remember that consoles are the majority of the Dovetail's market. So, you have to understand, surely, that they are doing what they can, if not for you, then for themselves, to make more money from you. So I hope they, as much as they are upset, I hope that they're also somewhat understanding. It literally makes no sense, especially in this day and age now where we're going towards huge file sizes for games, and the DLCs for TSW are as big as some games. So, it makes sense also like on PS3, for example, even on the first generation PS4 maybe, but on a PS5, I don't really understand that decision. I guess there's some logic in it. I haven't looked too deep into it, but from an outside perspective, it doesn't seem like a feasible way out. You'd think that they would make such a decision based on a bad experience. I don't know what other game has DLCs as big as Train Sim. I know like Warzone is a big game in itself, but that's a game itself. It doesn't have DLCs. So I don't see what other games would have issues with DLC file sizes. That's really interesting. It's really interesting. I mean, this is the most advanced PlayStation yet. It should be able to handle God knows how many times more than the previous one. That's weird. That's really strange. I do wonder if there's something that's not being mentioned, something that's under the covers as of yet, and that's yet to come to the light. That would be really interesting. I thought it was something that Sony announced. I must have misunderstood. I just got what you mean. Yeah, as in they didn't announce it. They just sort of made it a thing. Right. Yeah. That's also not really what you want to see as a consumer, is it? You want full transparency, which they done pretty well when they released that. We're currently in this day and age where no manufacturer really wants you to open up their products, i.e. iPhone or Apple. And they made that video before the PS5 comes out of the teardown and how to open it, how to install an SSD, etc, etc. All the components, how to unscrew everything. It was brilliant. That was pretty cool, as again, in this day and age where that is becoming very restricted. But then you have something like this, and it's like, it's a shame. Yeah, because like the big games, let's take GTA for example, even though the expanded and enhanced version has yet to be released, that's all updates, right? You don't really get DLC with a game like that. Just like what other example did I use a second ago? Warzone will just receive updates. So I think most games work like that, whereby it's just updates rather than DLC. So yeah, I don't think, and see, right now I'm trying to think of like the big titles, the Spider-Man, the new, got the new Call of Duty coming out, and yeah, I really can't think of any of those sort of games that have any DLC really, or even get to how many. And that's the thing though, when you say it's all about the image, I think to myself, like I said, is there something underneath the covers that, because everything comes to light, so it's a matter of it having not been mentioned yet, having not come out to the light yet. Because it's a very odd thing. It's a very odd thing. They haven't come out and said, well, as you said, they haven't announced it at all. But even if it was something that's affecting a lot of games, nobody knows that. We just know because this is the game we play. If we weren't, players of Train Sim, if we weren't even active on the forums, we wouldn't know that. So, it's interesting. It's interesting. I guess ultimately for now, PlayStation gets to do what they want. Sony gets to do what they want. I mean, something like installing an SSD. Why wasn't that a thing at release? Why did they have to wait for an update? It's really annoying this day and age where everything is, let's release, all the developers have this mentality, not all of them, but a lot of the developers have the mentality of, let's release a half-baked product now and just fix it later. And it's like, well, why not just take that extra bit of time? Look at Brighton Mainline. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it's all right. It works enough. And DTG gave it the extra time. It's possible, yes, it's possible, but why then would they not announce it? Why would they not then be transparent about it? It's when you start sort of seeing this like secrecy thing that you then start to doubt, even whereby you wouldn't have had any doubt before. Certain things make you raise an eyebrow or two. I used to be able to raise one eyebrow. I don't think I can do it now. I think I can do it. I know, I'm not gonna make myself look silly. But yeah, I guess it's a thing where we'll just see how it will play out. I mean, we've got, God knows, probably another 10 years before the next PlayStation, so plenty of time to work things out, smoothen things out, release another version of the PS5, release another version of the PS5, and so on and so forth. But yeah, thank you, whip your ass on Twitch for the follow. Oh Lord, I'm gonna miss this. I'm gonna miss this. I'm not gonna stop in time. Alright, we're good. The game's back. The game took so long to come back. I've just seen on the preview that I'm now in yards and not miles anymore. But we're good. I'll call you Whip on Twitch. Thank you for the subscription. I'll call you Whip. How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Are you personally a console user, Bond, or are you on PC? Or are you on both? That's also a possibility. Thank you. I don't know how. Actually, you know, I do know how. I'm making a mention of it at the beginning of the stream. I think it was console only. Next gen. But the breaks. So I've been playing with locos a lot. The past couple routes I've done NTP and West Somerset Railway. And you have the whole independent brake thing, and you don't really have the flexibility that you have with electric multiple units, where I can release the brake if I'm braking too hard, and instantly the locomotive, the EMU continues to keep moving. Where with locos, slap on the independent brake, release the independent brake, and you'll still have the momentum, that braking momentum on, which make things a bit more finicky and kind of forces you to be a bit more alert when it comes to braking. But these are very forgiving. These are very easy to drive. And very forgiven. Okay, cool, interesting. So you've dabbled, then we'll say you've dabbled in the PC universe. It must be great. You know, I'll say one thing, right? I've always since young loved realism in games. So simulators have always been like my fave. And it was painful being stuck on a console and not having any simulators at the time to play. Yeah, exactly. Any a decision that you'd make sometime in the future, probably go into PC? Has that been on your minds, or are you strictly console? I know it's not financially viable right now to start building a PC or even buy a fully done PC anyway at the moment. You really are better off holding on for now. I was gonna say, yeah, it must be great having a simulator, especially one that you're actually interested in. I've always been into driving games, and there was never like just a driving simulator that I could access on a console, even though I had the steering wheel. So like I was ready, but a console just limited to the stereotypical console games. I think this and Farming Simulator are the only simulator I'm aware of that are on console. I mean, even Farming Simulator, to be fair, does have its following. I'm missing PZB. I'm craving some PZB action. I really am, but I would be sacrificing too much. I'm not crazy about sticking to the timetable, in all honesty. But I do want to, if I can stretch the legs of the train, I would rather do that. In all honesty. I love that response, Bond. That's literally it. That's literally it. Right now, especially right now. Yeah. I can imagine. It's sort of got that calming sense that you get here, but without a timetable, without having to stick to a timetable. You do things at your own pace. No pressure. Must be really relaxing. I actually wouldn't mind giving that a go. I don't see myself playing it for longer than, I don't know, maybe 20-30 hours. Which is quite a fair bit, actually, to be fair. I wouldn't mind. It's got a lot of mods as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's still being updated actively. I think they're like that series is similar to Train Simulator in that it's like an old school physics engine and graphics engine, but it's like Farming Simulator 2019, 2020, 2021, whereby they're actually all the same thing. I might be wrong. I wasn't actively making fun of it. I wasn't part of those people, but I didn't see the appeal of it at all. I didn't understand it. So I guess I've sort of come to accept it as time has gone. But what has shocked me, like goodness me, I need a drink of water. What has completely shocked me is esports. Farming Simulator has an esports like team following thing. It's an esports title. Farming Simulator. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it. I guess that's part of seeing it as like such like a strange game anyway, which as I said, I'm trying to sort of like distance myself. I'm trying to be more open now. But it's an esports title. It is niche, it is very niche, but I think it's in the last few years it's blown beyond niche. It's an yeah, I can't believe it's got an esports following. Like, you wouldn't think that's even possible. But I guess you can make an esports out of everything. You can make an esports out of TSW2 and doing a route in the fastest time, right? Like, if you really wanted to create some form of competition in Train Sim, you could probably do it. But yeah, that's probably one of my biggest game shocks of all time. It's definitely up there. You see it? My exact, even up to now, that's still my exact like reaction. That was a pretty good run. I enjoyed that. Hour and 26. You don't really get those nowadays. I enjoyed that. Yeah, but yeah, there is genuinely. I don't remember what makes you win, or what gives you the edge. I just remember the tractors were going crazy. Listen, they've got like the jumps nailed. Like, there's jumps that you can do across the map. They've nailed them down to a T. Like, it's a serious thing. You know, it's a skill driving a tractor and having a whatever size trailer behind you, equipment, farming equipment, and just flooring it around the farm, and then figuring out the best way to like plant everything and then sow everything. I'm sure at some point that was there. I'm sure of it. I think it's literally like seeding and planting and then sowing and reaping like the fastest. It had to be. So I am planning on continuing to play Rapid Transit, but I wouldn't mind switching it up a little bit for the sake of the stream. Is there anything you want to see, Bond? Or anyone in chat, whether it's over on Twitch or anyone else that's watching on YouTube? Because these are long routes that I'm on at the moment for Rapid Transit, so it will be a while before I can switch it up after the next one. I do want to give this a go just for the sake of the... Look at that, 1,425 route. That is incredible. That is incredible. Just for the sake of trying out the update. I mean, you said it yourself, Bond. It's relaxing. That's what it's meant to be, relaxing. But like I said, I think you could make anything an esport if you really, really wanted to. These in the summer, like the real ones, are incredible. The air conditioning is perfect. I've never been on a 387, so I can't speak, but I would assume it's a very similar thing. Also, yes, the mods. A mod was released today, an enhancement pack by Spratty Heath, I think his name is on the forums. London Midland is coming out with one, which focuses on the train, the weathering, like scuff marks in the cabin, fingerprint marks, and the usual that he usually does. But the line itself has had, you know what? Why not? All right, Bond. Enjoy your little outing with with the dog. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. It was lovely chatting to you. Hopefully see you again soonish. To be honest, I'm gonna have to go through the, not necessarily trouble. I'll have to change with the stream titles and whatnot. Let's stick to RT for now. And we'll probably be doing, if I'm not mistaken, the reverse. Yes, the reverse of what we did to get here. So looking about hour and 25 minutes. I'm going to keep B off for now, which it does suck a little bit. It does suck a little bit. It's alright though. It's okay. Is it just me or is it brighter than it was before? I think this is literally the reverse, the exact reverse of the train we just did. Was that 185? 182 was there when we pulled up to when we pulled up over here. Hopefully at some point we can run alongside it. I don't know if it's going to run on the exact tracks that we're going to be on. Actually, let me see what time it departs. So it's 12:20 now. Still got a good 40 minutes. Never mind. So we're not going to be seeing you anytime soon. I think it's definitely one of the more nicer locos. I've only just now realized that the door is in the center. Anytime I've been driving it, it's just slapped me right in. Okay, let's go. Doors are closed. SNC for on. And let's get moving. In theory, we're off to Magdeburg. We're going to run very short of that. Taking our sweet time with this one, but we'll definitely make the time up as we go along. we're only going to be about 15 seconds late for departure time. There's no way it took me that long to get into the station and I was going to overrun it. There was no way, not a chance. After all that. Seeing these passengers go down the stairs, it does look like some further work may have been done. Now, why is my red door closed? Alright, it just looks closed from the angle. Because I know with the overhaul they're meant to look more realistic going down up and down steps, but they looked really weird as their knees were bending a whole lot more than they should have. But that right there, what I just saw, seems a lot more natural than I've seen it in a while. Like at some point you'd have to ask yourself, should they just have left it? Yeah, definitely was like that at times. Told you we'd make the time back. Didn't even need to try for that one. I'm still really mildly annoyed by the. I would say it's a bug, a visual bug. By the side of the train from this angle looks atrocious. I'm not sure how well it comes off on stream. It looks bad. It looks real bad. Still love the paint scheme. I love it. By far my favorite. Probably be slaughtered for that comment, but it is what it is. In my opinion, at least, it's subjective, right? So I'll say, in my opinion, it is the best. Finally come across another S-Bahn service. He's just ahead of us. So he's the reason we're at this red light. I wonder how far ahead. It would be really cool if we stay behind him for the rest of this journey. We have another train coming this way. This might be a Dostos. Or is it a 182? How about we zoom in and find out? It's a 182. Well, it's got Dostos on the back anyway, so technically I'm not wrong per se. One thing I'm yet to see that I've sort of accepted I probably won't is freight. Which is a bit of a shame. Let's see how long it will take us to catch up now to the service ahead. We have a yellow aspects coming up. I expect I have a red at the end of this station. Could be wrong. Could be completely wrong. I just hope it's not too soon after this. Referring to the red, I hope it's not too soon after this yellow aspect. Alright, I was wrong, just by a bit though. I mean, we can see the service ahead of us. Pretty cool timetable. I love it. Should be moving very shortly. I think the other service has now just cleared the platform. I wonder how long it is between train leaving and the signal aspect changing. It can be pretty quick. It can be pretty quick depending on the route. But seeing now that the next signal is a little bit after, about 300 yards or so beyond the station, sort of makes sense that it took a little while. So we're at Leipzig MDR, and I do wonder what the MDR stands for. Wouldn't I like to know? I'm not going to guess because I assume it's German. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the stream. If you want me to just shut up and you want to just enjoy the route for what it is, let me know. And I'll just stop talking. Although if I resume conversation again, please don't blame me. Don't be too upset. I just realized the cab light is on. I'd rather it be off. Now the cab looks a little bit more saturated. Is not the correct term I'm looking for. PZB would be a joy to run right now. Oh, I'm in pain. I'm in pain. Right behind another train. Well, we've entered the Leipzig recent. Leipzig whoa. Leipzig region. Got there in the end. So quite a fair distance into the route, into the service, should I say. Just under a minute late. Nice little detail there, having the clock display the right time. It's a little thing sometimes. Happy to report that the lights do function, as I saw absolutely nothing with them set to marker. Something that just randomly popped into mind, I don't know why, is functioning, well, not functioning per se, but a lit up GSMR for the class upcoming class 313. It's a start. It's a start. The thing is, GSMR, we don't, as a community, you know, feel free to, you know, air your opinion. I think in general, we don't really ask for much with GSMR. Literally just to enter the train code. And that's pretty much it. You know, it's not like stuff to have to develop the actual system and then sort of have it work alongside the dispatcher. The dispatcher is struggling as it is. If the GSMR just allowed us to enter the code of the train, the signal code, I think we'd be a lot happier. But look, I guess having it lit is a decent step forward. That's another one I'm looking forward to as well, the class 313. Probably the one I'm looking forward to the most out of the three that we have coming up, the 187 and the 1938 stock being the other two. I'm going to run a PZB on. Until I feel like it's really hurting us, I'll turn it off. But I'm happy to keep it on for now. The glare on the middle screen is insane right now. I can barely read what's displaying. Alright, I have to like click back into PZB mode now. I've enjoyed. It's been somewhat enjoyable riding without it. But it sucked. It has sucked. Cutting it very close to the limit there. We're back. We're back in familiar territory of PZB1. I know. There's a red coming up, and I'm not at 25 kilometers an hour. Very well, PZB. You win this time. You win this time. Whoa. Right into the mix. Right into the mix. Please release me. Thank you. It's a toxic relationship that I have with PZB. And I think it's one that we, if you use PZB, then I think you're very understanding of that. You get what I mean? I think it's slowing me down really quickly though. I think as long as we're still in the suburbs, well, the inner city, and as long as we're still closely following the service ahead, I think I'll keep PZB on for the time being. It's been a while since I've played with PZB in these sort of signal, dealing with these sort of signal aspects. It does get, it's not as stressful as PZB is. There is a fun aspect to it, and there's no fun in going past straight greens constantly. You still have to acknowledge speed restrictions, speed warnings, and any possible yellows that you may come across. But for the most part, can be a little bit dead. But it does seem like the train head is pulling away. We've now seen a green, which we haven't seen for a while. We are starting to slightly fall behind schedule, a little bit more than we were before. All right, let's be good this time and stick. Below 25 kilometers. I wish I knew. I need to find out what that is in miles so I can just look at the HUD. But sometimes the glare is nasty on the display. It's about 15 miles an hour, so we'll stay at about just under that. We're now going up to 45 kilometers an hour. So we'll hold 20 mph for now. We're only 400 yards away from Leipzig Hauptbahnhof. I think once we get to the areas where this train gets to stretch its legs a little bit, I'll turn off PZB then, so we're not too limited. I mean, we're a little bit behind as it is now. I wouldn't want to make that any worse. Matter of fact, I won't even stress myself. I'd rather have it either on or either off. I'll have it off. I feel like it'd be pretty odd constantly turning it on and off. And we're stuck outside the station. Nice. All I wanted is the external camera. We'll be alright. So going to need to use logic now. Let's see how much of that I have. Oh, ouch.
Kante.
we got there in the end. I don't think I've ever witnessed that, but that was nice. If that was actually pretty cool. It's as if there was a fault with the door. I don't know if I caused it or if that was somehow bugged, but I don't know, to my knowledge, for faults to just appear. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. And not a single soul steps out. There we go. I was waiting for that. I think it took them a while to process because the train doesn't have a destination board. It has a destination board, it's just not functional, unfortunately. So I think we got a gold medal there. Pretty decent. Next, from Dessau to Leipzig Konowitz, so a little bit shorter than what we've done so far. Let's try and gauge what we're looking at. We're looking for a Magdeburg to Konowitz service, Leipzig Konowitz. To be honest, we have a fair number of trains involved. We have an extra train on the expansion, which is the 143. Hour and 10, so just a touch shorter than what we're used to. What we're used to, I mean, can't say I'm used to it just yet. More or less, yeah, that's pretty much the only services available. I didn't actually know we had the new Dostos on this route, definitely thanks to a mod. I can't remember which one, but I know this is definitely not a core game thing, as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the core game has the new Dostos for rapid transit. That's pretty cool. We have the 143. I've only now just realized how similar it is to the 112. Only 20-minute journeys, to be fair. I wish the journey mode had the expanded timetable. That would have been pretty cool. I got a silver medal in that. Is that it? Mildly annoying. Only mildly. I will say the city tunnel in this game, I just learned it's called the city tunnel, not just the tunnel. It's probably the best tunnel in the game. I mean, if we take UK routes, for example, I know Southeastern High Speed has a decent tunnel. Could be better, I think. But a decent one nonetheless. A lot of the, well, pretty much every other route set in the UK has quite, and I mean, I'm talking in reality as well. Most of the tunnels are just brick and mortar. But then I guess it's not necessarily a bad thing at all. But it kind of makes sense because it's set out somewhere in the countryside most of the time, the route, so you don't really need to make it look nice and fancy. It's a tunnel. But with that in mind regardless, the city tunnel here does look very nice. And the stations themselves, I mean realistically, you can't ever go wrong with German engineering. Everything those engineers touch turns to magic. Do we have another door forts? Pantographers and wrist. Should have checked. Yeah, everything they do really is smooth. I do want to bring Dresden Terminus into the equation, but every terminus tends to look pretty cool. London Victoria looks amazing. Much better in real life than what is displayed, or should I say how it's displayed in game. But that looks really nice. Dresden, of course, looks really nice. Brighton looks pretty good. Brighton Station sort of looks like more of a landmark than anything. I don't know how accurate these barriers are, the road barriers that we just went past, but I hope they're not that accurate, because they don't they don't seem safe. They looked about 2 meters long max, and with a very big gap in between. I mean, kind of defeats the whole point of having a barrier, right? But I digress. I think well, to be honest, I'm glad that I'm in a position where I can nitpick stuff. You know, the route is not blatantly bad. Not that I'm trying to find something to nitpick anyway, but you know, things come along and you comment on them, such as the pipe running alongside the track. Now that is odd. Why is the pipe above ground? I don't know, but it's there. Definitely not slightly, but it's there. So one can comment on it, right? I think we've been going to close as 3 hours now, if not we've gone over 3 hours. I'm looking forward somewhat, or should I say I'm looking forward with caution to the releases tomorrow, mainly because of the history of the developers. It's no other reason really, and it's not free. If it's a free DLC, then you could kind of accept that maybe they're not created as faithfully as they should have been. But when you're paying for something, you expect to get your money's worth. But we shall see. We shall see. I preferably would like to do both releases tomorrow. Maybe I could give an hour's limelight to each one. If not, then I can do a good few hours with each, but it would have to be on different days. So maybe I'll probably do the 1938 stock tomorrow if I split the days, and then on Friday do the BR187. Oh, to be honest, I mean, highly unlikely, but in the rare situation that the releases are midnight releases, I'll probably just do it tonight. If the releases are going to be at midnight. But again, I highly doubt that. Most likely tomorrow morning at sometime, maybe 11 UK time. The bill, I still am streaming. I'm feeling the strain. I'm feeling it, but we're still here. We're riding it out. The thing is, I don't even know if this is going to be my last service or not tonight. I might still do another one. Since you left, I've only done one full one. So when you came, I think that I was still doing my first one of the stream. Then I did another one, and I've just started this third one. So they're long. The two other ones I've done were 1 hour and a half, pretty much just under 1 hour and a half each. And this one's going to be 1 hour and 10 minutes or thereabouts. So they're very long routes, but I'm being kept somewhat entertained just by the niceness of the scenery and the smoothness of the train. It's not one of those routes that you kind of have to push yourself to play. When do you think the DLCs will come out tomorrow? Because I'm thinking if they come out, if they're a midnight release, I'll probably I'll probably just stay streaming, or I might pause and then come back at midnight to just like try them out, give them my first impressions. I guess ultimately help people out. If I get viewers who are 50-50, then I do my part in helping them make a decision. I mean, we kind of know more or less. Yeah, PlayStation users are lucky, man. PlayStation users are lucky. No, yeah, usually they do get it at midnight, so they'll usually have it first, followed by us PC users, who I think last when BMO was released, I think we got the update at around, I think, like 11 in the morning, my time, UK time. But I mean, nonetheless, we'll go into it as soon as we can. Honestly, though, if they're terrible, I'll probably just get a refund. Is it going to be worth it? Like, how bad will I let it go? I don't know. I guess we'll see. There is Rivet. Skyhook aren't as bad, but you got Rivet there, so yeah. We'll see, innit? One game I'm super looking forward to is Forza. I know it's a very random thing, but I'm running out of I'm running out of steam. Yeah, I don't think you're too off with that one, Nabil. I don't think you're too off with that as well. But again, we're dealing, you know, I like to. The thing is, you go off history, right? You go off a developer's history. I like to always give them that chance. We'll see. I guess ultimately we'll see. Hopefully it's a big surprise to us all. Hopefully. I don't think there's any word yet, is there, on the 313 when that's coming out, or has there been a release date given already? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people tend to forget that Rivet did do the scenery for Cathcart Circle. I think they've changed the name to something ridiculous now. Glasgow Commuter or something ridiculous like that. Scotland Commuter. But we'll call it Cathcart Circle because that's the initial name and the name that makes the most sense. But people forget that Rivet did do the scenery for that, and that was pretty good. The scenery on Cathcart is pretty good. So they're not. Once again, they're very similar to, not very similar to Dovetail, but they have similarities in that they can perform, they can develop really, really good stuff that's like well done, detailed, works well, very true to life. They can do it. So it makes you wonder why not just be consistent with it. And then again, that's also why I'm happy to give them that chance, because they can do it. They can do it. But yeah, I think I can do my, I don't want to call it a review per se, it will be a first impressions stream. I can do it one of two ways. I can spend tonight doing a bit of research, further research. I know very little at the moment about the 1938 stock, for example, or the 187 and then really tackle the DLC, both of them. Or I can enter it as I am now, as someone who has limited knowledge of each, you know, just picking up on what people have said on the forums, and so I have a more natural flow, and then see how I find the both the trains. But that's the thing, if you're not so keen on the little details, you'll find the game to be a little more enjoyable. But if you're someone, for example, who's an actual train driver and who knows down to, you know, a T what every little toggle does, how it does it, how the train behaves, how the train moves, then you'll come to dislike, but it will be a lot easier for you to dislike the game. So I think I'll leave it as it is. I'll go into it with my mind kind of how it is now. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the only one obvious big red flag would be, of course, if the game just breaks, right? If the route doesn't load, it doesn't show up for whatever reason. I guess we'll see how the console users how things will go. They usually tend to suffer a bit more than us. So if their experience goes smoothly, then you'd expect PC to be pretty much picture perfect. TSG are they've got a German local in the works as well, don't they? I don't remember the model number, but I know it's a Shunter. I believe it's a Shunter. So I wonder how far that's in development. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in testing, because the screenshots that I've seen, which were quite a while back now, trailer's pretty much finished, to be very honest with you. Also, Nabil, if you're still here, I was told that there's a decision coming to remove I'm Moroccan as well, brother. I'm Moroccan as well. I'm assuming you probably guessed by my name. But apparently there's talk of trophies being removed from console. I don't know if you know anything about that. I don't feel like DCG would, I mean, they've done some odd stuff, but I don't think they'd go that far. Super dub. Yeah, I mean, I've just been told, one of my subscribers came into the stream earlier after he left, and mentioned it. Because today, a thread was posted on the announcement section of the forum, with a sort of update about what's going on with the trophies at the moment. So I would be surprised if soon after that they said, all right, we're gonna go away with that, we're taking it away. And a lot of people are like keen on 100% completion and getting all the trophies. So I don't think that's the case, but yeah, I'm gonna check the forums earlier. I haven't been on them since earlier this afternoon. Yeah, man. What part of Morocco are you from? Or what part of Morocco are your family from? Yeah. Listen, if you want me to speak Moroccan, like we'll talk Moroccan. Adnanism, you know what? I thought. Oh, okay. I'm a Tangieri. Both my parents are from Tangier, but I was born in London. See? I'm really Moroccan. Of course I'm really Moroccan. I haven't been there since 2017 though. I really wanted to go this year, but listen, I don't even need to tell you. It's crazy right now. It's crazy right now. I pray next year. I pray next year. Yeah? Alright, cool. We'll keep it English. I think everyone else that will come stop by the stream as well will probably prefer it in English as well. But just as evidence, just as proof. Empty, just as proof. Yeah, man, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. I have close friends that was living in Morocco, who's moved to Germany. I don't remember the town. I know it was close to Dortmund because he went to, I think, a university in Dortmund. But I don't remember what the little town was called. And I did get a follow on Twitch. I'm streaming on Twitch at the same time as YouTube. And the notification came up, so I really don't understand what happened with your subscription. Like it's added on. Like I do have more subscribers, so it does show. I just don't know why it didn't do the notification. I wonder what's hot in the streaming world right now. Probably Brighton Mainland, isn't it? Which I wouldn't mind streaming that at all. I'm actually looking forward to I completely forgot there was another train on the adjacent platform. I wouldn't mind. I'm actually really looking forward to BML. I just like to play through in a particular way, which will be disrupted tomorrow anyway. But yeah, I feel like I'll be doing a good service to the community, biting the bullet, as they say. I'm going for the early purchase. I've got a door that's open. I wonder if we're going to start moving. That door is open. Oh, there you go. It's closed now. It's a visual glitch. That's happened to me. No, it happened to me once, I think. Only once. But I stopped at a station earlier and a door was actually open. Like as if it was faulty. I know we don't have faults in TSW2. Like you would do, for example, back on OMSI. But it was pretty cool. It worked out pretty cool. I had to open all the doors again and then close them, which is something. I work on the London Underground at a station. I work on a London Underground station, so I'm seeing trains constantly, and it's something that happens quite regularly to the trains. That they're very old. I think the Northern Line train. I work on a Northern Line station. I think it's from '78. No. I think it's the early 90s, but it still has the issue, like every now and then two or three doors will just remain open after all of them have closed, and then the driver has to open all of them back up and then close them again. So it was cool having that in game. But now I'm thinking to myself, it would be nice if you know, that developers brought that into the game. That would be really nice, just to have like random faults. I don't think it's talked about as often as it should be on the forums. I've seen, I've back when it was actually spoken about, there was a couple of threads here and there, but it wasn't really pushed. I'll probably put it in the suggestions. I do have OMSI, yeah. I have not played it since probably 2018 or 2019, but I do have it, and I have a few DLC. So like everything I own, the DLC are like from then. I was thinking about it earlier today. I was looking through my Steam library and I saw it, and I was thinking to myself, when I do get back into it, or if I do get back into it, it would be nice to kind of play some of the new stuff, basically. It's so old, man. It's so old, but you know what? It's the best. If we're being very honest, it's the best. In my opinion, I don't know. What do you think? You know, and it shows, its age shows. Graphics are okay, but it's very difficult to run. Very difficult to run. You need like even if you have the best of the best computers, it won't run well, which is a shame. The optimization is so bad. Yeah, I mean, what do we have now? We have Fernboss, which is more of a coach thing. Doesn't come close, I don't think. It's not bad, which I also have that anyway, but doesn't come close. And we have the new one, the bus, I think it's called. It's called the bus, which is still in beta mode pretty much. So it's still being updated. It's still getting some changes. People are complaining that it's not running well. And I think even if it was to run well, it doesn't come anywhere close to OMSI. It's in the same category as Train Simulator. Very old, but content is still being made. People are still playing it, and it's still one of the best. I mean, it's difficult really to compare TSW to TS. Each one has this. Maybe this one does a little bit better in terms of, you know, graphics are a lot better. It plays better. You're able to walk around, which is a big thing to some. Just have the freedom is good. Just one of those games, isn't it? I'm trying to think to myself, what is probably the best of those type of simulators out there. I can't speak on Flight Sim. Yeah. I mean, I'm literally just there's a word I'm looking for and it's left my mind. I'm just sharing what I've seen basically on the Steam page of what people are saying, and it's literally like you've said, doesn't come close. It's not bad. It's like if we didn't have OMSI, we'd be amazed. But it's also not, you know. I think I'd probably try it if I had more whenever I have to use my, or I don't have to, never have to, but when I do use my steering wheel, I can't use this current desk that I'm on now. And it's quite a lot of hassle because I have to move my whole setup. So my computer has to move to another room, my monitor, my light, the cam, everything has to move just to set up the steering wheel. And the steering wheel itself is a bit of work to set up. So I think if I had the steering wheel here and I could just use it whenever, I think I'd be more inclined to buy it, but not right now. I mean, I've played Euro Truck recently, which I really enjoyed. Doesn't really do too well on stream, but personally, you know, very, very enjoyable. And I think Euro Truck is one of the best, if not the best, in the simulator genre. Yeah, the best to come out. You do. Fair point. That is one that I haven't actually played myself. I've never been like a flight, like crazy about planes and flying. Although I will hold my hands up and say it's an amazing game from what I've seen. An amazing game. So that is there, fair enough. Yeah, that's there as well. Something like the trilogy of legendary games was the the flight simulator, the old one, before 2020, Train Simulator and OMSI. They're like the old school that held their position for so long. You know, time shows, you know, what's really good. Have you got the airport modeled? Have you got like the actual airport modeled? Go to Tundra for me. Go to Tundra for me. I wonder if the airport there's modeled as well. I guess surely not every single airport is modeled, right? Surely they can't. And I know there's updates that are being released that are bringing in better quality airports, but surely not. I would imagine it's there, but very like a very basic version of it. So you know, that's something I'd love to do. That's one of the things that like I do think about. Oh, does it not? Okay. I know it's like it's smaller than, you know, the bigger cities. But I don't know, it didn't have an airport. Interesting. So you just flew over it basically. I don't think I've been there before. I've passed through it by coach, because I've gone from Tundra down to Agadir, and then the return journey as well. So I think we drove through. I've never actually like gone there to stay there. It looks alright, to be fair. It looks nice. So what was the airport like then in Kaza? Is it like modeled really, really well, or just like a basic placeholder until they get to it properly? Also, that's the first time that someone outside of Morocco is from somewhere other than Marrakech. I think that might be more of a UK thing though. Almost every Moroccan in London is from Marrakech. Is the pay where third party developed? I would assume so. If from the jump, third-party developers can easily develop airports for Microsoft Flight Sim, then I'll give it the crown over Train Sim Worlds. Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. That's crazy. Can you imagine how much more fun we'd have on this if you know, it was a lot easier for third-party developers? I know Matt made a little statement today actually on there's a particular thread on the forum about this whole modern thing, and he spoke. Okay, I've actually never heard of them. I assume they develop exclusively for Flight Sim. I need to have a look at that, man. It's like when I watch Flight Sim videos, I haven't done so in a while, but when I was watching them, it's one of those things you just you relax to. You have the little excited, you know, takeoff and landing, but it's just so relaxing. And the clouds, oh my god, the clouds, don't get me started. I feel I sound like such a nerd. But the clouds, oh my god. Perfect. Oh, okay, so it's just a small team then. Small team. I mean, hey, you got Rivet, who say that they're somewhat of a small team, but they're worth, I think I saw the other day, £800,000. So yeah, that's really cool, man. But see, the thing is, when you have that sort of freedom to develop for a game, it could be the work of one person. If the knowledge of the editing tools, the know-how, and experience probably, and the passion, if that's there, all right, take care, man. Take care, Nabil. If that stuff is there in developing third-party software, yeah, it's going to be good. It's always going to be good. It's always going to be good. I think that's one thing that's seriously holding TSW back. And reading today that thank you, Nabil, man. Thank you. Appreciate that, bro, man. Thank you. Listen, you're the best for stopping by and having a little conversation with me. I appreciate that, man. Have a lovely evening. One thing that's holding Train Sim World back so much is the lack of an editor. And seeing today that a big part of that of being unable to release the tools is down to the licensing stuff they have with Epic. It was a bit of a downer, if I'm being honest, because that was only a move that was made recently. And yeah, you know, fair enough, the fact that it was free first week of release meant that there was a big influx of new players, which is great. It genuinely is a really good thing. But if it has, you know, Dovetail in such a chokehold that is playing a big part in not allowing third-party developers to have more freedom and, you know, use their editor, was it worth it? Was it worth it? You know, well, that's the question. How much of a financial benefit was that agreement? You know, has that agreement brought? How much of a financial benefit has it brought to Dovetail? Because when you think of the long term, you look at something like Train Simulator. Everything that's made on Train Sim, Dovetail get a cut of it in terms of money. When you buy DLC for Train Simulator, a small part of it goes to Steam, a small part of it goes to the developer, and a small part of it goes to Dovetail. So I question the whole thing, and I think to myself, would they have been better off in the long run financially not going through that agreement and rather focusing on making the editor publicly available? Because now, you know, yes, it was fantastic having a free week, but now you've got the same situation on Steam in terms of you're paying for the game now. But even worse, there's no preserved collection route, so you have less to choose from. You know, I don't know anyone who's on Epic that's really against Steam. You have people who are on Steam who are somewhat against Epic for, you know, a number of reasons I won't go into. But you don't have people who are on Epic and avoid Steam. So Steam it seems like to me Steam is better to be on than Epic Games. So cool, first week's done. Now what? I would be really curious. I do have Discord, Nabil. I do have Discord. I'm not online on it at the moment, but I do have it. Feel free to I don't even know. Listen, I'm not even a Discord user like that. So I don't know how the whole ad thing is. So if you can leave a name that I'll add, do so, and I'll add you afterwards on Discord. But yeah, I have it. What is my username plus tag? Let me get it up for you right now. I'll do it on my phone because I don't want it to disrupt the service. It's literally my YouTube name, LWD space and then Adnan. The tag is 4443. So 3 4s and then 1 3. I feel like I made that really complicated. Sorry if I made that complicated. I'll type it in chat. Let me just stop at the station, then I'll type it in chat. I'm going to fly past this stop, I think. Hopefully not. No, we'll be alright, we'll be alright, we'll be alright. I have faith, I have faith. I'm surprised I haven't had to use the emergency brake at any point. You remember how much of a nightmare I was having earlier? I went sailing past that one station. Yesterday was worse. Yesterday was worse. Yesterday was the first time doing this route and driving this particular 442, which is a bit different to the other 442s that I'm not going to go into the conversation again, but yeah. Well, I could if you really wanted me to, but I'm not going to do it off my own accords. There you go. Perfecto. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, feel free. I guess if I have to accept, then I'll do that. But I'll jump on Discord later anyway. I'll take it easy, man. Appreciate you stopping by once again. As small of a feature as it is, well, small, you know, when you relative to, you know, other things, it's very nice to have a working platform information system. It just adds that bit of realism, because I'm having to deal with a non-working destination board at the moment. So we'll clutch onto strings. Thank you, Nabil. Let me see if I can add, if I can confirm now if there's a confirmation that I need to do. Alright, I've added you back. I've added you back. Alright, time to go. I'm actually surprised the cabin lights haven't... Like, I tend to forget that they're on, which I prefer them to be off usually. But to me, that simply means that they're not as intrusive as on other trains. I much prefer a dark cab only illuminated by the dials. Saying that, okay. Cool, we good. You too, Nabil. Thank you, bro. Thank you. You too, man. Have a good night. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, so feel free to come along. We'll see how the how good the DLCs will be. But thank you for stopping by again, man. We have been going for a while, haven't we? Where are we at right now? 3 hours and 49 minutes, almost at 4 hours. A stream records, well, channel record, I should say. Personally, this channel. I've been wanting to do longer streams. I'm just blessed to have a day off work tomorrow, so I've been able to actually go through with it today. And it's probably, even like in my own time, the longest that I've been on Train Sim in one go. So this is enough about this route. I almost copped out and hopped onto London Commuter. I don't want to call it London Commuter. Brighton Main Line. But I stuck by Rapid Transit. There's something that I've not been able to work out yet, and it's been slightly bothering me from more or less the beginning of the stream. My frames are okay. I'm in the mid-40s at the moment, which is completely fine, completely playable, of course. However, I'm not sure how it comes across on stream. I'm streaming at 30 frames, so it shouldn't be noticeable realistically. But to me personally, it doesn't feel like it's running at 40 plus frames. And I'm not sure why. I had a similar thing with Long Island Railroads. It shouldn't have anything to do with streaming as far as I know. I don't know if you have Northern Transpennine. Then with that route, I had pretty much high 50s throughout. So maybe that's got something to do with it. But yes. Going to take a toilet break at the next station. I have been sitting here for way too long. We're going to leave slightly late, but that's alright. I think they gave us way too much time. So I guess it makes sense being out here in the countryside, more or less. I wonder if the passenger loading times are shorter in the city areas. Because usually you would expect a train to wait for quite a while when it's somewhere pretty remote. But to be fair, I think there's a train every 10 minutes going through here. So it shouldn't be that bad, to be fair. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Would be really nice living somewhere remote. Really nice. But there's always a question of, you know, food shopping and having access to pretty much anything. You know, you live in a city, and anything you need of any sort, of any type, no matter what it is, it will be within a 2-3 mile radius at most. You know, worst case scenario. But of course, you have to deal with just there's non-stopness. I'll call it that, the non-stopness of living in a city. And you come out here and it's beautiful and it's peaceful. And then you might as well just buy a farm, have your own meat, have your own milk, grow your own vegetables. Realistically. Then you don't have to stress. And the thing is, if you do, you know, still continue going to supermarkets, then that means maybe one trip per week, or maybe even 1 or 2 a month, depending on how far away from society you live. And then you spend a whole lot on reserves and what you need on that one trip. But it's a small price to pay for the peace you have, to be fair. In my opinion, anyway. Beautiful 182. Stops a lot quicker than I expected to. As I always say, it's way better. I'd rather do that than go way past the station because you know, the brakes didn't break me enough.
Or something.
hope my microphone is unmuted. I know I muted it at some point. I don't remember if I unmuted it or not. I guess we'll never find out. I really wouldn't mind taking one of the either the 143 or the 182 for a spin on this route. I think that would be pretty cool. We have another 442. All right. Now we're talking. Now it's getting a bit busy. It hasn't been necessarily dead so far on this route, but it's been quiet. It's been quiet. I really need to learn my braking distances. I see myself going 90, and I see that there's now less than 1 mile left for the station, and I get flashbacks. Flashbacks of terrible stopping positions, i.e. not stopping at the station at all, stopping about a mile down. It's all good though, we learn. We live and we learn, right? It's the whole point. Train drivers IRL, well, they're gonna go through this particular process of flying past stations, but they aren't let loose until they've perfected the distances. The route knowledge is on point. I always see that there's so many. This is the second time I've seen this on the adjacent platform, platform 3 and 4. There's a lot of passengers, but I haven't seen any train recently leave or come out. There was a 442 that was coming our way, but that would have, they should have long gone if that was the train that they've come off. So I wonder if they just randomly spawned them and they spawned just to leave. Which is odd. I think it should be the other way around. It should be the opposite. Unless of course a train, what it should be basically is if there's a train within, let's say for example, maybe a mile radius outside of the station that's left the station, then yeah, it would make sense to have AI, the passengers walking away from the platform, you know, exiting the platform. But if for example that train was a good 2 miles away from the station, or 1.5 at the time that I passed it, so at this time that I arrived, it's probably 2.5 miles at least away from the station. The only passengers that we should see on the platform are ones that are coming into the station that have just arrived, that are coming up the stairs, you know. I mean, so much for the passenger upgrades. I feel like it had a lot more potential to be, you know, compared to what it was. I wonder if it's been touched at all. Aside from the numbers themselves, I wonder if the actual passengers have been touched. There's nothing that we were screaming for being honest, as a community. You know, maybe resources would have been better spent elsewhere, but seeing as that's what we, you know, the cards we've been dealt, might as well have been done really, really well. But I have realized, which I mentioned earlier, they don't look funny going down the stairs anymore. They used to look really weird, as if their knees bent really unnaturally going up and down stairs, so their body would like almost compress in like a weird way. But I don't see it happening anymore. They look a lot more natural now. And I know Matt put a lot of emphasis into specifically the stairs, the passenger behavior on stairs. You know, the way that their head now actually bobs up and down, and they're not just levitating basically. But it was still weird up to recently. And I also wonder if their behavior varies, stuff like that varies on from route to route. I know the numbers do. For example, in Dresden you have the full 8 rush hour passenger set, but you don't have that on London Commuter. I don't think it was released on the in today's update. I think it's one of those ones where they're going to wait and see before they decide to release it, especially because you still have so many issues on console, especially. Wouldn't be a wise decision. But in saying that they haven't done much with the number of passengers, the density on BML, I've noticed that the trains carry a lot of passengers. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they've tried something, just haven't said anything. I don't know if they've had them initially and then removed them, and then somehow some code states that still causes many passengers to, you know, be in the trains. I'm not sure, but I know for sure that there's more than usual. There's a more than usual number of passengers that come off the trains, especially at Gatwick. I did a London Victoria to Brighton, and when I stopped at service, when I stopped at Gatwick, tons of passengers disembarked. So I don't know. I really don't know exactly what this situation is at the moment. I guess you can only trust what's been said already. And have our expectations low. When you have low expectations, you don't get disappointed. That's my general rule of thumb. So due to terminate in about 16 minutes or so, we seem like we're doing well for time. I don't see why. Well, it could be disrupted as we enter the city, where you would expect to have more traffic, right? More AI traffic, more trains on the line. You know, slowly approaching even in rush hour. Well, it would have started by now realistically. Afternoon rush hour usually starts around 3:30, 4 o'clock. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I wouldn't complain if we're held up by trains. On the first leg of this journey, coming up to Dessau, we were behind another service for pretty much the whole route. We did have some greens at times, but I think about 85% of the route, 85% of the way through the route, I was either on an amber signal, a yellow signal, sorry, or a red aspect. So it would be really nice to have that again. It's been fairly quiet on this side of the line. There's been times when the adjacent line going the back up has been busy. Yeah, but I felt pretty lonely over here. I think there's more or less a train every 10 minutes going through this line. But it definitely wasn't the case earlier, the other way. So we've entered the main Leipzig. Now with all these gradients, the braking will really be tested. Or should I say my competency in braking? If we're being honest, my competency in braking will be tested. I think the train itself will do just fine. For the sake of it not being too dark for you guys, We'll turn the lights on here. That wasn't too bad. Right, of course. Didn't they fix this like 6 months ago? Why do I feel like I remember seeing something about the camera getting stuck outside the playable area? A long while back. A long while back. I really just wanted to explore these sites. Okay. Because I know they have the exact same color and probably message on the English routes. I just want to see if they paid enough attention to detail. As much as it seems really basic, to whether they've translated them over or not. This looks really bright. I'm bound to at some point mess with my engine file settings, game engine file settings, because the train looks really washed out. Lighting isn't good at all, unfortunately. Right, about half a mile or so from Leipzig Market. Let's not overdo it too much. I was aiming to enter stations, or hope to enter stations at 30 miles per hour. So it's done pretty well. Just over 10 minutes to go. And we end our shift for today. These do look lovely. I love that. They've got the map on the table. I love that. It's great that they have the emergency warning in a multitude of languages, pardon me. Over here in London, we only have them in English, so if you're from abroad and you happen to encounter an emergency on the train, good luck. And we're off once again. We are off. Just about sticking to the timetable. Well, I say just about, we're just behind schedule. And I can't help but think PZB would have added just so much more. So much more. It's a real shame. Three stations to go. We hit 4 hours. Still going strong. Strong? We're still going. We're still going. I'm trying to edit my video from the stream yesterday. I just want to upload the train sim portion instead of the Warzone portion included. And I've removed the Warzone part, so I was the stream down to 1.5 hours. But there's a bit at the start where I had a bit of microphone issues that I still need to remove, and it's taken forever to process. I'm talking hours, an hour and a half. It took, I don't know how long it ended up taking yesterday because I had to end up going to sleep. So I finished sometime this morning, and today I cut a portion of about 2 or 3 minutes, just that because of a copyright claim for the background music. There's only 2 or 3 minutes worth of trim, and I'm waiting hours. I would assume it's done now. I did it about 4 hours ago. I did it just before I started streaming. But we'll see. We shall see. Smooth. See, we're getting there. Compare that and the stops I've been doing so far, you know, through this tunnel. Compare that to yesterday's performance and even earlier. I really forgot this actually has a direct brake as well. I haven't used that at all. Crazy. That might have come in handy. Oh no, well, it most likely would have come in handy, right? For your earlier. Ten seconds less until departure. Let's go. I wish there was a keyboard shortcut to just reset the camera view. There is one that says it resets camera view, but all it does is reset the HUD. No, it doesn't even. Yeah, I'm not sure why it does. It's strange. It definitely doesn't reset the camera. I'm assuming it does something. I don't like to think it's completely useless. But yeah, maybe on foot. Maybe it does something when you're on foot. But definitely not in the cabin. If I look down, yeah. Should go back to like the well, something like this, wherever the default is. Nothing major though. It's a bit of the usual nitpicking. I'm glad the other trains on this route have working destination boards. I'm certain it's not a core issue that I don't have. I'm sure it's relating to one mod or the other that I currently have. And I don't think it's too big of an issue to the point where I will take apart all of my mods one by one to find what's going wrong and where. I'll be alright, I'll live. We'll be alright. We have a train not too far behind us, to be fair. Not too far behind. I wonder how long they've been right behind us for. I had no idea. And to be fair, this train that's just leaving now, that cab car there, has another train right behind it also. So I think now the sort of rush hour traffic is kicking in. No, I don't mean rush hour as in the latest rush hour update, as in just general 4:15 p.m. rush hour route that you'd rush hour chaos that you'd expect. Right, and if not mistaken, we're coming up to our final stop. There's the yellow coming up. It'll probably be for the red at the end of Conowitz, if anything. Should be slowing down regardless, if we're being honest. Just to be on the safe side. I'm certain it is for that. Just to be on the safe side. Yeah. We'll just cruise. We'll cruise through. Our 442 has served us well today. With a beautiful, beautiful Mittel Deutschland livery. German stations really are beautiful. Very unique. Very nice in design. In my opinion, at least. So we're here with 5 seconds delay. 7 seconds. 8, 9, 10. Which is good enough. Which is good enough. It's been great today. It's been great. If anyone watching, if any of you have a request, a route that you want to see, a locomotive you want to see, let me know now. Because otherwise, we will be off. Should be a gold medal. I don't see why it would be anything less. yet. We've hit level 10 for Rapid Transit. Not that it means much, but you know it's something. Oh, the 363. I do love the 363. I did enjoy what did I play on recently, that 363? RSN. Resignored, I believe. Forgive me if I have salooned that. That was very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. So that is all she wrote. As I've got no requests, I think we'll leave it here. It's been a lovely stream, longest stream to date, so hopefully we find more time in life to stream for a little bit longer. But it's been a pleasure. Thank you to everyone who stayed. Thank you to everyone who I've conversed with today. It's been lovely. I will be back tomorrow to stream the 1938 stock and the 187. So I'll be giving my first impression on those trains. Don't think I'll be doing a review. I'm not exactly around those trains or knowledgeable enough to do an actual review that would mean anything. It will just be my first impressions, whatever that will be. And yeah, so hopefully catch you then whenever they're released. I will be hopefully on it quick. And once again, it's been a pleasure. So have a lovely evening, an afternoon, day, morning, wherever you are. And catch you tomorrow. Peace.